All right. Chat, guess who got their freaking cooling system swapped and repaired? This guy, who also forgot all the Christmas decorations for the before Christmas stream. Ugh. But hello and welcome to everyone on Twitch and everyone on YouTube maybe watching this later. Hope you all are doing well. Hopefully you had a great holiday season. I know we got one, technically two more holidays left. And I hope everything's going well. For those who celebrate it, happy belated Christmas. And yeah, that's all I got for today, chat. I had a great time, by the way. If you guys missed it on like all the social platforms, um, so I should start back at the last stream because that was a disaster. Like Borderlands 4 looked like shit. There's highlights of it. It's up on the VoD channel too. It was really, really bad. And it had never had been this it was never this bad before. Um so after that stream I found out there was a graphics card driver update for Nvidia. So I did that after raiding out, and I was like, okay, I'm not gonna play Borderlands again tonight, but we've done it. We should have fixed it. Anyways, I think it was Christmas Day. Yeah, Christmas Day at I don't know what time I did it, but I was playing some Borderlands or attempting to play Borderlands, and it was just bad. It was really bad. Like what you saw on the stream for Borderlands 4, that last stream, that's basically what I was dealing with again. So I'm like, well, this is not good. Um and I was trying to get a recording on OBS to send over to Matt to figure out like what the fuck is going on. And essentially Matt first recommended the typical like, oh, have you tried rebooting your PC? So I was like, yeah, I can do that. And as I was rebooting my PC, no, it did not fix it, but I got a pop-up message like, before, I forget if it was when I was relaunching it, like, restarting my PC, or if it was like while it was turning off. It gave me a message like after the whole like, Windows starting up screen. It gave me a message saying, "Hey, your CPU is overheating. You should probably have it not overheat." And I was like, "Oh, that's not good." So anyways, I went into my little NZXT cam, which is a fancy kind of stupid program to just monitor my PC stats. And sure enough, my CPU, my old Intel i9 10900K was in fact idling at 100 degrees. And a little beknownst to me, that's not okay. So I had to. Well, first, what Matt had recommended to me was to reseat my cooler because I had the NZXT Kraken M22 liquid cooler. He had recommended to reseat that and also redo the thermal paste because the thermal paste was not changed since I had purchased the PC, which is probably bad. um, but yeah, essentially, I went over to Best Buy day after Christmas, grabbed some thermal paste, and you know, did the change. It was quite an experience. Um, and then I put everything back together and went to test my PC. The funny thing is, I forgot to plug the pump back in. or I think I forgot to plug. Yeah, I probably. Anyways, there's for the M22. There's like a USB dongle thing that plugs into the little digital thing that sits on the CPU, which is the power, I'm assuming, or like whatever. You get the point. Anyways, forgot to plug that in, and I was like, shit. Like several hours later, I was like, shit. I can't believe I forgot to plug it in. So I go back, I plug it back in, I plug everything else back in because my PC was sitting downstairs ready for me to go to Micro Center the next day. Anyways, I plug it all back in. I test it again, and no. Despite reapplying thermal paste and reseating my liquid cooler, um, not getting any cooler. I had a moment where I was like at like 60 or 70 degrees Celsius when I had like first plugged the cooler back in. But then it just started shooting up to 100 degrees. And after I restarted it to fix some RGB stuff, it was still doing 100 degrees. Like consistently like flat 100. No changes. Also, sorry for my water bottle making a ton of noise. But yeah, so my Kraken M22 broke. Long story short, you guys would have seen that on any of the social platforms. And ironically, I think my M22 has been broken to a degree. I did a little bit of searching online about the M22 after the fact, just to see like how I can diagnose the problem because I'm frankly stupid when it comes to this. And I happened to stumble across a video on Reddit of a guy saying like, "Hey, my M22 is making this noise. Should it be doing that? And is my pump broken?" And what was really, really funny about this is the noise that was the pump was making in this video was the exact same noise that my pump has been making for like 2 to 3 years. And what I also gathered is that that noise, as described by the rest of the community, is a rattling noise. I always thought it to be like a buzzing noise or something. So I never thought my pump was rattling. And the thing with that is that if your liquid pump is rattling, 90% of the actually like 99% of the time, it means the pump is broken. Also, what I saw on like, the internet is that if there's appear to be any issues with the Kraken M22 specifically, like if you hear the rattling, if something's not cooling properly, if one tube is hotter than the other, um or if nothing's like the same I don't know. But if you have any issues with the M22, the whole thing's gone. And what I found out is that the M22 is notoriously awful and breaks within a year of you using it, which I think is actually like a proper track record for what I had. Because like I said, the thing's been rattling for a couple of years now. I don't remember exactly when it started, but I know it's been doing it for a long time. And I just made nothing of it, which is kind of surprising because it's like this is like my quote stock liquid cooler from this pre-build. So I've had this liquid cooler since 2021, and it has only stopped working technically until now. So a 4-year lifespan I think is a lot better than what it's supposed to get. But yeah, my AIO broke, my liquid pump, and I had to go run to Micro Center 2 days after Christmas and go buy myself a new cooler. And I kid you not, everyone and their mom suggested an air cooler. For obvious reasons. Less failure points, more consistent. So if you look in the about section for the stream, at least on Twitch, you will see that I have updated my cooler. I got a Phantom Spirit 120 SE, not the RGB one, but just a non RGB SE, and that is now my liquid, or that's now my air cooler. And I'll cut to the chase. It does work, and it works really well. Um, even hang on, I still have my thing open. So now that we are streaming, we have OBS open. We're currently idling between like 40 and maybe bumping like spikes up to like 50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Um, which is significantly better than what it was before. So everything's working fine. The only issue that I have with this cooler is that it's pretty big. When I went to Micro Center, I explained to the guy that my AIO broke and I need a new cooler. I was looking for like an air cooler more so, but I also don't really have a lot of space in my PC. Because otherwise I would have gotten the infamous D15. I forget which. I think it's Noctua. I don't know. But the D15 is like one of the best air coolers you can get. It just takes up about 50% of your case space. Which meant I would have had to take out my graphics card, and that's a no-go. But yeah, the guy had recommended me the Phantom Spirit 120, which I gladly took because I don't really have much of another option. And actually relatively cheap. Like I thought I was gonna need to like spend over $100. No, I spent 60 after tax. So that's pretty cool. I think the funniest part about this cooler, like I said, it's kind of big. And when I was installing it, I was like, okay, I got the brackets in. I go to put the heatsink on, and the heatsink, like the two metal towers, are just sticking right out, like taking up a lot of space. And I'm like, okay, that's quite a lot bigger than I thought. And then the setup is that they give you two like PC fans, and one fan is supposed to go in the middle of the heatsink, in between the two metal towers, and then the other, with most of the tutorial videos that I saw and like the whole like setup instructions that came with it, they say you're supposed to put the second fan on the right side, over top where the RAM is on your motherboard, in terms of like spacing. Now, what I realized is that because I have RAM sticks there, because I need RAM for my PC, and these particular DDR4 RAM sticks are, I don't want to say like big, but they take up some space. Because of that, I could not put my fan or my second fan on the right side of the heatsink, which is not good. Like it would have been like, had I actually like put it on, because I think you can have it on, but the fan would have been sticking so far out of my PC that I couldn't put my tempered glass back on. So I'm like, uh-oh, time to go find a new installation video, to see potentially how to get around this. Because a lot of people, and by a lot of people I mean two people, that I watched videos of, had this issue. One guy, like building it from scratch and everything, had the motherboard out of the PC, and he like goes to like set up the second fan, just like place it, and then afterwards get the fan clips on the heatsink. But he sets the fan down on the right side, and he's like, oh, because it hits his RAM sticks, and he's like, that's not going to work. And then of course he thinks to put it on the other side, on the far left side of the heatsink. Which, spoilers, is what I do. But this guy, specifically for the Phantom Spirit, is like, you know, I don't need 2 fans for this. I'm going to be getting enough cooling anyways. Which I personally wasn't going to take that route, but I don't know. Maybe I could have. Because when I put the fan on the far left side, it also hit something. And that something was the back end of all the ports on my motherboard, meaning like the USB ports and all that on the back of the PC. However, this was a little more ideal because instead of it sticking halfway out of my PC, it was only just a little bit higher than the heatsink. So it wouldn't be sticking out of my PC and I could still get like a second fan running. So that's what I went with. I did see another video, like I had mentioned, of the guy who installed it the exact same way I did, with a fan on the far left outside of the heatsink and then the fan in the middle. So that way you have space for RAM sticks. And it seemed to work just fine. But I was really worried that this potentially might not get a second fan and it might not fit into my PC. So the good news is it's in and it's working and my PC is no longer overheating. And I'm also a little bit less scared about like actually tinkering with my build and replacing parts. So very, very successful installation. Set any goals yet? Not yet. We are still introing stream. I will say, chat, one of the goals that I have to put on this list is like set aside money for PC parts and upgrades. And it's for this exact reason of my liquid cooler breaking. And just it's about that time where my PC is going to be due for upgrades. Again, this thing's like 4 years old. Probably over 4 years old. So we're definitely going to need to start like ramping things up. And I need to be prepared for that because the liquid cooler kind of caught me off guard. But yeah, everything's running back to normal with the PC. And yeah, that's kind of it. Also, I'm sorry I started eating some pretzel goldfish because I have this like weird like chemical taste in my mouth. I don't know if it's because of the chapstick I just put on or if it was from like me chewing my hoodie strings or whatever. But yeah. Sorry for occasionally munching on something. But yes, the PC is fixed. I'm now able to do my last stream for the year. Also, if you guys do find yourselves enjoying, especially the Yap session specifically, feel free to drop a follow. Come find me on all my socials. And make sure you stay up to date with the stream going into 2026. I can't promise anything super big, but we're gonna be going over my plans for the new year, and hopefully something will spark your interest and whatnot. Otherwise, you can just like follow to see like, hey, what's Cheese up to? Also, Lucky, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Happy holidays. Hope your Christmas, if you celebrate it, was wonderful, and hopefully your PC didn't break like mine did. But yeah, today's stream is very chill out. We might get to Borderlands later. We might not. I have no idea yet. But we are going to be taking the time to just actually write down some goals and hopefully set them up properly so that way I can go into 2026 with some sort of plan. I was going to say for context, but like no one has this context. Historically speaking, I tend to have like goals one way or another, but I never write them down properly and I never fully execute them. Um so like a goal for me could be say like reach 500 followers on Twitch, which was at one point a goal. Um and that was it. That's all there was to the goal. So there was no like, actionable like things to do towards that in order to get to 500. It was just like, "Oh yeah, I'd like to be here." And that's it. So I want to go into my more adult life just having a better game plan and kind of using my executive function to its advantage. Um so that's what our goal is for today. I'm going to kind of divide it into two sections of goals. One will be my IRL goals. So like what I want to do with my life right now. Um, what do I need to save up for? Um, do I need to change any habits? Uh, and then the other set of goals, which will in some sort of way like intertwine with the IRL goals, um, will be like stream specific goals. Right now, streaming is kind of my at least one of my part-time things that takes up a big chunk of my life. So while that could change going into 2026, that's kind of one of the big things I want to chunk out. And of course, we're streaming now, so I feel like you guys would be more interesting in how we're going to be going into the new year and potentially changing throughout 2026. Um, but yeah, that's the game plan for today. We can also totally discuss all the best and worst cheese moments of 2025. But I don't know how many of you guys remember anything from the stream. There's also the VoD channel. You could do some quick research. And there's also clips. And there's also Matt's stream. Sorry, I'm like choking on a pretzel here. Um, but yeah, feel free to share your favorite cheese moments if you have them, if you remember them. Otherwise, we are going to be getting into the goals and everything. I do have to warn you guys. Before we get into like actually like pulling up the goal list, I was not able to find, and by not able to find, I mean I did zero research for like a specific like goal or list making website. So I'm just writing these goals down in Google Docs. And it's bright. Like, you guys are going to be flashbanged. I'm telling you that now. I would put a pinned message, but by the time you open the stream, you're probably going to be flashbanged before you read the message. So I'm really sorry ahead of time if it's too bright. Like I literally like I was sitting here getting ready for stream. I had my Google Doc up and I had to turn my monitor brightness down to 1 because it was so bright. Um so yeah, you have been warned. I'm going to hop over here and I also have to turn on the game capture. Flashbang warning incoming. Oh my god, it's so bright. Probably not this year, but I remember when you were playing Lethal Company, you went into a fire exit and there was like a bracket and everything in there and you freaked out bad. Got out and literally took a minute. I think that was this year. Hang on. I can double check. Um I literally I have a window pulled up with like all my clips and everything. Well, not all the clips. It's just my creator dashboard for Twitch. By category, Lethal Company. Fart Mines and Bracken with Matt are sure top 2. Oh dude, that was a golden clip. where I just run in, blow up, and Matt's just standing there like, oh, that's not good. Um, let's see. Actually, I don't know where this clip is. I definitely know I have this somewhere. Did I get it like super early on? Oh, I got this one. Oh, hang on. We'll pull this up on stream. Um, oh, this is like a lucky edit too. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one. Oh my god. I can't was that this year? No, it was last March. Holy shit. Ah, close enough. I was trying to find just any of the clips. Um time is it? Trauma corner. Man, I have no idea where this clip is. Maybe it was like a oh, I'm back in 2024. um is it this one? Oh, it's this one. It is last year. Damn it. Um oh god, I gotta turn it off 2 times speed. Chat, don't watch your VODs back at 2 times speed. This is the clip Lucky's talking about. Pretty sure it is. Near activity. Yep. This is like dare I say a top clip of all time for cheese. This is a really good one. But yeah, sadly we have not played a lot of Lethal Company this year. Like I'm looking back through the clips. It was literally I played well, this clip was the last clip was made August 20th, 2024. And then the next clip from Lethal Company, at least like, you know, where it's like tagged as the game, was Matt's Returnathon this year, which was December 20th, or December 21st, 2025. I I don't want to say like I got tired of Lethal Company, but it wasn't really floating my boat the way it did. And I personally prefer Repo a little bit more now. I don't know what it is about Repo, but it like feels better. But anyways, goals. Actually, I have to, pull off one of the search things and then Sorry. So before I even start the goals, we have to establish something, chat. Goals need to be. I'm not typing in Google Docs anymore. Goals need to be smart. What does that stand for, you might ask? That's a great question. That's not what I wanted. Um, so anyways, the the SMART acronym, as you know, is something very important for goals. It's I gotta remember how to spell. This is not. It's like seismic. That's chat. That's totally how you spell seismic. Seismic. Um, medial. Probably. Um, the A is clearly ass. Sorry, I forgot to capitalize it. The R is probably rental, and then the T is time. And these are the 5 things we need to make our goals pop. What the what the bro? Formatting sucks here. There- Smart, play more. Okay, chat. I will admit I have been playing a little bit more Marvel Rivals lately. As much as my sanity will let me. Um, but I have been playing a little bit more Rivals. But no, for real. I had some other acronym that I thought of the other day, like as a joke for smart, and I forgot what the hell it was. But the actual, um, I really can't spell today. It's actually supposed to be specific, measurable. Wow, you guys are gonna see how awful I am at typing and spelling. Um, A is achievable. Uh, yeah. The R is relevant, which I'm not really sure how that one works. And then this last one is actually like correct. It's time bound. Let me open this on another tab just so I just opened a PDF. What the fuck? I feel like an old man. Um this is literally just a 13-page PDF doc on how to write goals. This is not what I wanted. Okay, but this is what I wanted. So for specific, it's like what will be accomplished and what actions will you take. Um, Measurable, how will you like, you know, how would you measure the goal? What data will the goal measure? Will measure like the goal and the progress or whatever. Um, Achievable is kind of self-explanatory, like how doable is this goal, like do you have the necessary skills and resources to take this on. um Relevant is how the goal aligns with your broader goals and why are the results important. And then the time bound is like, you want to get it done by this or within some sort of time frame, because if you don't have the time frame, then it's just going on forever. So yeah. Um, where do I? How do I even start this? Well, of course, we're gonna start with a new header. Um, Stream, and then we'll do another header for life. So, Also, format. Is it format here? Edit. How do I make it so it's just like page elements? Is it this? No. No, it's insert. That's why. Because I want it to just be like beyond. I want it to be like an infinite page. Anyways, we'll figure it out later. So, for stream, see if I can do this properly. What goals do I want to hit for stream? I definitely want to do not really like a rebrand, but just kind of rework assets. I guess I can type that as. So this will include Cheese Mingo primarily, and as well like the logo. I feel like we're due for a new logo. Additionally, some emotes. Like an emote refresh would be nice. What else? My in between screens. So like starting soon. BRB and ending screens. They need a massive update. Although I think the end one is fine. And I kind of want to get banners. So if let me see if I can pull up my Twitch really fast for you guys. Stop talking, Cheese Mingo. So if we go over here, hi, welcome to my Twitch. This is everything. If we go to the about section, like there's the banner up here that's there when it's not like a live feed, but then I also want banners for like these things, the about section, the panels, just to like organize it a little bit better. And yeah, I guess we can add an offline screen because I've never had one of those. I don't know if I have one now. But because I don't even remember how you're supposed to set it up for Twitch. But I don't have an offline screen. Might need that. So yeah, for this specific, maybe we do. Where do I want to put the goal? So I would like to improve / update at least one stream asset. I know it's kind of low, but I'm hoping to potentially modify this later. At least one stream asset. By June, I'll say. That's kind of generous, or like like I don't know if I'm gonna be able to prioritize it this much. So I would like to at least get Cheese Mango updated. Preferably sooner rather than later. That's why I say June. But my goal is to improve and update at least one of the stream assets by June of 2026 by setting aside money and time. Actually, it's more just like money, like setting aside money for potentially like commission work. and time to coordinate and establish the updates with artist. And this is, I think the only thing we're kind of missing on this is like measurable, because it's just kind of like a stage thing. So I think the the staging would be like, get the idea of like what I want, and then we, set aside funding, maybe like um maybe $10 a month. That could probably get me somewhere. We'll set aside $10 a month, just to have something. And we can do that in tandem. And then we have to actually probably go on like VGen, right? VGen's the place where all the artists go for like stream stuff. Browse and find an artist. Or we could just like know someone, hopefully. And then we have to actually like contact or like, I guess, hire. And then I guess wait for updates. No, I don't want to say wait for updates. That's not really. Review. No. How do I guess like check in with artists? In line with original idea. I don't fucking know, man. But yeah, so the TLDR here, this is like something I've wanted to do for a long time. Specifically the screens. Because I'll hop over to starting soon. This is the oldest cheesemingo that exists. Like, by far, the oldest cheesemingo. I would like to move away from using this model in general anywhere. And the other issue is that these scenes specifically are 720p. So they're not as high quality as some of the other scenes that we could have, or just they don't like, I have to like expand them to fit into the current stream canvas of 1080p. The other one I think might be an issue is the ending screen, because this one is specifically the stay fresh cheese bags meme, and then we put the cheese mingos there. And by we, I mean the community member that is no longer a part of our community or part of Twitch. And I've been desperately trying to move away from some of the assets that they graciously provided me for starting my stream. Again, the starting soon, the BRB screen, were some of the big ones. The ending screen, I think, was a little bit of a tag team effort. The sub badges that you see in chat, those are the original Cheesemingo. And I don't remember which emotes we still have, if they're still... Oh, Cheeseball is technically an OG, like, emote. That one's fine. I'm not too concerned about that. But yeah, I've been trying to move away from that person's art just because they're like a piece of shit and I don't want to have any connection to them whatsoever. And that, just to be clear, this is not like the artist I'm speaking of now, or the community member, is not the artist that did the Cheesemingo you see currently on the screen. The one that's talking right now, that was a second artist who is I believe still part of the community. I don't know. They pop in and out every now and then. But the issue, and I don't want to say it as an issue because like I really do love this specific Cheesemingo, but the big issue with Cheesemingo 2.0 is the fact that no one knows this is a flamingo. Like now that I have like my legs showing on the stream, which sounds really weird, but now that I have Cheesemingo legs showing, you can kind of decipher that it's actually a flamingo. But a lot of people say it's like a swan, or like a goose, and it's because the beak isn't really like a flamingo beak. And I gotta find it again here. Where's Borderlands-a-thon 3.0? It's like somewhere in here. Yeah. The Cheesemingo off to the left here, that's more of what I want. And that's the one that like I drew specifically, but for the program I use, the VoDtubes, yeah, the VoDtube Mini. Sorry, I'm trying to throw Studio in there for some reason. The VoDtube Mini, I think I might be able to show you guys just as is on here. So there's like several different states, and I can't draw, like my facilities include Microsoft Paint, and I don't think I could draw 4 different versions of Cheesemingo in Microsoft Paint to like actually, you know, go properly. Where it's like all consistently the same, as opposed to like someone with a more professional art program. And I know there are people that are going to say like, oh, you can do just as much in MS Paint as you can in other programs, but I don't have that much confidence and I don't have that much skill, so I'd rather just like pass it off to someone. And I think one of the other issues that has been holding me back from actually doing this like upgrade is the fact that I'm probably going to be getting this commissioned. Because there are no like even like paid assets that are like a flamingo made of cheese. So I'd have to be like, you know, going out of my way, talking to an artist and saying like, hey, I need a flamingo made of cheese. Here's my previous examples. Can you help me like upgrade this? I guess. I don't know how the whole process works because I've never done like a VGen thing. But I've always needed money to do these kinds of projects, and I just never allocate money to them. Even for like the emotes, of course. But the like starting soon screens, I just need to actually like set aside money to do this. Because as you guys know, I just buy shoes instead. So actually, I should go down here really quick. Manage. Fucking spell better. Holy shit. Manage sneaker. I shouldn't put it all caps like that. Sneaker collection better. And this is like, I have to word this very specifically. Because like a lot of people are gonna say for the sneaker collection, just get rid of shoes, and that is one of the things. sell or donate older pairs or pairs never worn. Like, I have to get rid of a lot of shoes, but I also, like, will not be stopping my acquisition of shoes. So buy fewer pairs is gonna go on this list as well, because I'm not stopping my shoe acquisition. I hate to say it, but we need to just, like, kind of lock in. And I kind of have a little bit of a plan for this, at least. And yeah, I think that's pretty much all she wrote for that. So the goal here is, I really want to reduce the sneaker collection size by, do you have more or fewer than 100 pairs? All right, chat. Chat, do I make like a prediction for this? I remember, if you guys remember, I think it was Borderlands-a-thon 2.0. I think I had it where at the end, oh no, I think it was an idea. But I had this little bit where if anyone could, like, you know, I would say, like, oh, now is your time to guess how many shoes Cheese owns. And you guys just put a whole bunch of different numbers in the chat. And if you guys guessed it right, I wouldn't say who was right. I would just see that the number is there after, you know, X amount of minutes or whatever. I would see that the number is there and be like, yup, that's the number. And then for Borderlands-a-thon, it would be like restart the game. It would be like a really harsh punishment. But do I want to offer like a free gift sub to anyone who can guess the exact number? But speaking of 100 pairs, I do kind of want to slim it down by 100 pairs. At least to like have something trackable. And at least 6 or 7 pairs. Yeah, that's technically correct. But no, it has to be the exact number. Which, speaking of, I don't even know what the exact number is. I didn't do the math yet. 8,000 is crazy. If I had 8,000 pairs of sneakers, I think I would just pass away. Like, respectfully pass away, because I clearly don't need to be on this earth anymore. I've gotten literally every single shoe that I could ever need. A whole house just for shoes. Yeah, that's kind of what it feels like right now, which is a big issue in why I want to actually, like, you know, manage the shoe collection. Okay. So I'm doing this number, sold pairs. Okay. That's the number. And then potential sell pairs. Okay. And today is the 30th. Okay, I have the number. Also, we have an ad in 30 seconds. We're gonna finish up this shoe goal, and then we'll actually go back to the stream goals. That's really what I wanted to, like, be focused on, but the ads have me actually, like, you know, thinking about a new goal. Also, Alex, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Um, actually, let me break this up. Um, by um. Okay, so the first part of this goal is to reduce the sneaker collection size by 100 pairs by revisiting which shoes matter and are worn more and setting aside unwanted pairs to sell and donate. Um, and then additionally, I have to like actually like go out of the way to actually sell them. The other goal, because this is going to be a two-part goal, limit the number of new sneakers being added to the collection by, okay, how do I want to do this? Scouting releases ahead of time as best as possible. And well, I guess it is an and. I guess I don't know how I want to word this because it's not just like new releases that I'm potentially like worried about. Because like obviously, there's going to be new shoes coming out next year. I think like Jordan Brand specifically has like said there's at least like 10 specific Air Jordans that are coming out next year, um, that are kind of like set in stone. But while there's going to be new stuff coming out, there's also going to be stuff from last year and the years before that I'm still hunting for, which I don't know how to incorporate into this goal. I guess this isn't an and anymore. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, for anyone that was stuck in ads, we have the first goal for shoes of reduce the sneaker collection by 100 pairs, which I think is very reasonable. By revisiting which shoes matter, and which are worn more, and setting aside the unwanted pairs to sell or donate. This I do have to kind of break down into a couple of different actions, so I have to just kind of go through everything and this is technically again because I currently like manage my shoes pretty well, of just which ones I have, like which ones I want to get rid of and which ones I want to keep. So probably a periodic, you know, go through the shoes and determine which ones I actually want. Um, do that. Um, and I actually want to put like a sub bullet here and like group by 10 ish pairs. Because what I found at the like for the end of my 2025, it was a lot easier for me to manage like which shoes I'm trying to sell. If I can like group them by like say like 10 pairs and then take those 10 pairs over to say like a Plato's Closet or like a thrift chain or a thrift store in general and then just pass them off that way. Um like that actually gets a lot of shoes out of the way. Um I think the other issue with this specifically is I don't really have like a note to like maximize profit because I do sell these shoes and the goal is to like, or one of the sub goals is to just get some amount of money out of it so that way I can put it towards either more shoes or just like actual life things. But I don't know, it depends on the shoe as to how successful that is and also where I sell. Um which maybe I should put that first. So we can determine where I want to get rid of them or like how I want to get rid of them and then we group by like 10 or so. Um there we go. Um one of the other things I feel like kind of needs to be on here is actually like setting a day to go, you know, actually like bring the shoes to say like thrift chain and actually like get rid of them or like set aside a day specifically for me to post shoes on like eBay or whatever. Actually, I should set up eBay account for selling. I kind of need that because I feel like I could make a lot more money if I sold on eBay instead of the thrift chains. Um, but yeah. Um, and then yep, pretty straightforward. Um, also, I'm realizing that I kind of set this up not great. Um, let's do no. I think I need to do that. Um, because I kind of need a better formatting system here. Um, Yeah, that works a little better. Okay. I am going to go back to the stream one. Because the next one I want to talk about, specifically for the stream, ads. Well, monetization, I should really have. So this is specifically, well, I want to rework ads because I kind of don't really like how they're going right now. Subs, bits, fuck, and donations. This one's a little bit weird because I need kind of like a goal to go along with some of these. But I need to break this up like by different things. So ads. I need to just kind of, this is going to be less a goal and just more like a I need to sit down and do this. So I've been back and forth about ads on Twitch, specifically like for my stream, because I hate having to run ads. But the thing is, if I don't run ads, Twitch doesn't pay me because it is my only source of income from Twitch. Like, yes, I have a couple recurring subscribers. Yes, sometimes you guys give me bits, but at the end of the day, the ads are the thing that make me the most money, which is not good. Which is why we have this monetization category. Man, I'm gonna sound like a dick talking about this. But yeah, with ads specifically, I want to manage, running ads so I can make money, but also not running ads so I can maintain an audience better and just provide a better viewing experience for the content on here. Like no matter what we're doing, I feel like ads are potentially like very intrusive. And I want to reduce that as much as I can. So no matter what you're watching here on not Cheese Wedge's Twitch channel, you guys are going to have the best viewing experience of that. Or you could just go watch on YouTube. I should probably put a YouTube thing there. But yeah, that's ads is just pretty straightforward. I need to figure out if I want to run less ads or if I want to keep them the same or if I want to spread them out a little bit more. The goal is to just like improve viewer experience and retention. Is that how you spell retention? Anyways, subscriptions. This one is a little bit less of a concern, but it's more just like, how do I make subscribing worth it? I forgot the I. Thank you, Google. Because I would really like to see like increased subscriber count. And I'm not talking about, I mean, of course on YouTube I want to see more subscribers because it is free to subscribe on YouTube, so that way you don't miss a VoD ever and you can watch them at your own pace. I feel like more of you guys need to take advantage of that. But specifically on Twitch, I would kind of like to see at least like a few more people subscribe. And I know we have the ads, we have the ad-free view, or I said ads twice. We have the ad-free viewing. We have the emotes. I don't know if I said emotes the first time. And then we have the channel point multiplier, but I feel like that's not really enough. Because like if the emotes were good enough for people to like want to subscribe, then I feel like more people would. So it goes back to the how do I make subscribing more worth it? Like, can we offer like special perks to people who subscribe that are actually like fair to the rest of chat? Um Something along those lines. I should probably put like perks. Nope, that's um as for bits, I feel like I think we just need better offerings. And then just like balancing pricing. Um so I know we have on Twitch the like the Gigantify emote or the on-screen celebration. Like there are things you can do for bits that are relatively cheap. Um but I don't know if people actually use those just in general. So I think we need if I want to like increase the amount of bits that I get, which I think might be a little bit of a given, um I would want to obviously like like have something that's worth giving bits towards. Um so this could be better sound alerts. Could be like crowd control, something like that. I feel like that's a market I have not tapped into, not to mean market literally. But I feel like I should be using something like crowd control. Even for like Borderlands, like we could do Borderlands on 4.0 with crowd control. And I feel like that would be relatively successful. So if you like actually wanted to like punish me, it would be through bits. Um but then it's like balancing pricing. Cuz I think what the big issue I have, and this goes to like subathons and everything. Um my biggest issue with those is how do I make it where the price is equal to like the punishment or the kind of thing that you get. Like how do I make sure that price is like equal to what you receive but also fair at the same time. So if we look at Borderlands-a-thon, just in general, um, it was I think $50 to restart the game. $50 through whatever avenue you preferred. Um, and $50 is a lot. That's a brand new game. Well, quote brand new game. Potentially on sale. I know inflation's kind of fucked that up. But I'm not sure. Like, I'm not sure if like a $50, you know, like sub pack or $50 of bits or $50 of a donation is really worth like of like restarting the game punishment. Like I never know if that's really worth or if I should like bump it down to $10 or if I should be bumping it up to $100 because restarting a game is like a huge thing in terms of like progress. But then if I say bump it up, then it's very much out of the reach of many chatters, and I mean like a lot of you guys. No offense. I don't want to like offend anyone who's like rich and full of money and able to toss $100 bills at me like it means nothing. I don't want to offend you guys that like have that capacity to do that. I mean, that's great for you, but I also want to make sure that people who don't have as much money can also participate in the fun. Um, but also at the same time, I don't want, like an oiler to come in here and just like gift me like $10 after $10 after $10 and make me reset Borderlands 3 like 6 times in a row, because I feel like that's unfair in itself. So I don't even know how to do this. Because this is also another thing. I don't really want to put it like here in monetization, but I feel like the concepts are the same. I think we need to rework some channel points, because there's this like huge gap in like the viewer amounts. I think I can say it that way. So essentially, like, mods have like 100K plus, and like, you know, some of the other viewers like they have like 2. Actually, it's more like 10 channel points. Which makes, like, you know, balancing things really difficult, because like, how do I, like, what can I offer, you know, my people that don't have that many channel points, where they can use it as much as they want without burning through all their channel points, but also make it so that way my mods who have a fuck ton of channel points, to where they cannot like spam it. So it's just like pricing balance and offering balance. Also, Treaders, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. So what you're saying is you want the prices right. Yeah, kind of. Like, this, Chad, you guys have to realize that this has been, like, an ongoing issue, or, like, an ongoing concern of mine to, like, just figure out how I'm pricing things properly. And it's also why I'm not really looking forward, or, like, looking to do, like, another, like, subathon type event. It's because I feel like in the past I've fucked this up multiple times. Because I'll go back to the Borderlands-a-thon example. Like, I feel like $50 is a reasonable amount of money to, like, ask for in order, if you want to see me, like, reset an entire game, like, run. Like, to go back to the start of Borderlands 3, say. Like, I feel like that's fair in terms of, like, the monetization aspect. But the only times I really saw people, like, actually reset the game is when it went on sale during Borderlands-a-thon. So we would be on like the first or second day of Borderlands 3, and then the sale would kick in, reset the game went down to $10, and then someone would reset the game, or not reset the game, restart the game. People did also reset the run at, like, specifically for that Borderlands-a-thon sale, because it was $50 and not $100. I think that was the price. I don't know. It's been a minute since I've actually looked at, like, the numbers. But it's like, I feel like I want to see more of those redeems happen, but I also don't want to milk chat dry for all their hard-earned money. But again, like, it's a balancing act. Like, I need to figure out, like, what can I offer at reasonable prices that will also, you know, help with, like, chat and, like, chat interactions, viewer retention, literally, like, improving the stream. Donations, I feel like it's kind of the same thing, really. It's like, what can I even do for donations? Like, what kind of reward can my viewers receive for donating to me? Which I guess is just, like, offerings. And, like, there's also, I guess, like, throne or whatever. I don't really want to do a throne, because I don't want you guys buying me things, but I feel like that could also be kind of beneficial. but we'll have to see. And then YouTube, it's not really like a goal for me personally right now, but just like get monetized. Um and this one I'm gonna treat like how I treated my my affiliate kind of pathway on Twitch. And it's once I get there, I get there. I don't really like I would love to push the YouTube and everything. So if you guys want to go check out all the streams you might have missed or watch them at your own pace, please go subscribe to the YouTube channel. I would really appreciate that. Um, but yeah, like I would love to push the YouTube as much as I can, but I feel like it's gonna get to monetization when it gets there. Um, and I can't rush that. Like, it's really up to you guys. Um, and I don't know how many of you are looking to watch even more ads while you watch my streams. Oh, look at that. Thanks for subscribing. Cash donos are good, but as I said, the US to AU pricing is harsh. 50 USD is like 75 AUD. Well, like, if we use the $50 example, I don't even want to be asking people for $50. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, if I had it my way, like, of just, like, fairness and equality, like, a reset the game, or, like, a restart the game Borderlands-a-thon redeem would be $10, like, regardless of if there's a sale or not. Because I feel like that pricing it's high, to where, like, it feels like it's, a more, like, oh, do I really want to do this, kind of incentive. But it's also not so high that people don't ever want to do it. $10 for followers only for X time only. I see what you're saying, but I feel like that excludes a lot of people. Like, I'm trying to, when I say, like, I make, like, restart the game $10, it's because I want more people to be restarting my game. And if I make it to followers only, then I'm kind of forcing people to follow, which I guess would get me somewhere on Twitch, but I feel like it's not like a genuine kind of follow. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, what's stopping someone from, like, just following, donating the $10, and then, like, unfollowing? Or, like I said, it's like, I don't want to force people to follow the stream. In fact, I would rather you guys not follow the stream, because I personally still don't think it's worth it. And I will continue this bit for as long as the channel is active. Like, I don't care how good the content is. There are, like, numerous amounts of streamers on the internet and content creators that put out significantly better stuff than I do. And I really think you should go support those people specifically. Like, if you have to choose between supporting, who can I pick on? If like you have the choice of, like, supporting, like, Smitty, who puts out, like, really good content, like, really high quality content, even though he's, like, a bigger streamer, and supporting Cheese Wedge, who's just a run of the mill guy, just, like, hiding behind a yellow bird on screen, I feel like your money is going to be potentially better spent over at, like, a Smitty stream, or, like, a Smitty, like, getting, like, Smitty merch or whatever. But yeah, I totally see the idea there of just, like, making it, like, specifically for followers only, or even, like, subscribers only. Like, if like, say you subscribed, then you get to, like, drop all the gear on my, like, you get to pick which guns I drop. Whereas if you get a gift sub, it's just a random drop. That could be something. But I don't know how I like again, I don't want to like force people to subscribe or force people to like donate or whatever or follow. Um I really should put that in like the it should just be like in here in general. But I'll put it down here. Um it's like how do I make subscribing worth it without forcing it? Cuz like realistically, I could just put on subscriber only mode and then you guys would be forced to subscribe in order to do anything in this chat other than watch. And then my viewership I feel like would tank really bad. But again, it's kind of I feel like the subscriber thing sums it up pretty well along with the bits. But it's like I would love to increase the count of like the subscriber count here on Twitch. I feel like that would unlock a few different things. I'd like to see more bits come through because I think there's a lot of cool things you can do with them. But how do I make sure that like actually subscribing to this channel and giving bits is worth it? Um, like worth it where like I feel comfortable setting these prices. And then also worth it to where, you know, potentially more people are coming into chat and actually like saying like, "Oh, like I can do this with bits," or "I feel like Cheese Wedge is worth my support." And along with that, you know, I get something in return. It's like balancing that. Um so I don't know how I want to write a goal about this because this is just a lot of thinking that I have to do. Um like I don't know if I could do like a goal where it's like I would like to increase my subscriber count by 2 um by finding a new way to make subscribing worth it and offering special perks to my blah 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 blah, blah. And you get the idea. Um I feel like this is a big issue which I guess can take me into the next thing of subathons and events. Keep hitting tab when I don't want to hit tab. I just want a bullet point. So I'm thankful for everyone that supported during really any of my events that I've had here on the channel, like since like the channel's inception. Um, because like you think back to oh god, was it like I don't know. No, we didn't do anything for 100. Um, 100 followers. Um, we've done like the cheese anniversary streams and everything. We've done subathons. We've done Borderlandsathon as well. But I feel like it's sort of the same thing with with what I just talked about is like how do I make these worth it? And also how do I not burn myself out? Also, Lucky, thank you for stopping by. Greatly appreciate it. Happy New Year to you, and I hope to catch you around again soon. Um, but yeah, so with the subathons and events, I feel like I suck at making like subathon goals or whatever. Mainly because I haven't really done it. And I've never really like seen examples. Um, but it's the same thing with that Borderlandsathon thing. So like let's say I wanted to do like a sneaker giveaway, like I did for or like I wanted to do for the 500 follower subathon. Um, like that realistically requires a lot of money to do. And as a result, I made it a high like sub count. Like if we got to I think it was like 150 subs, I would do a sneaker giveaway. And I set the price really high for sneakers so you guys could get like a cool pair of Jordans or whatever. Um, but as it kind of was referenced, we never got to that, mainly because we don't really. I feel like the community over here isn't as big on like subscribing or gifting subs. Um, and I feel like that's maybe on me just for being a little bit disconnected from everything, um, and not really understanding my community the right way. But I feel like I need to work on like you know actually like making proper sub goals, and also just worthwhile content. I do think, like I said, I feel Borderlandsathon is like pretty decent content, but it's really niche. Um, where like a lot of the people that are watching my stream aren't watching for Borderlandsathon specifically or Borderlands content. Um, and I feel like as a result, it's a little bit hard to maintain viewership because like I have people stopping in here, supporting Borderlandsathon when they have no idea what's really going on in the game. Cough cough Matt. Not to pick on him, but like Matt literally has like Borderlands in his top like viewing categories for his Twitch recap and has no idea about anything Borderlands related. And it's all because he watches me stream. But I feel like the same thing goes for just like a general subathon. It's like, what can I do that's like actually interesting for people to watch? That would make people like even want to tune into the stream, let alone like, gift subs. And I guess that goes into like how do I not burn myself out? Because I feel like that's one of the big issues with Borderlandsathon is that I play so much Borderlands like for that event, but I don't want to play Borderlands ever again after that. Um but yeah, I feel like subathons and events needs to be addressed. Um I don't want to do like a goal for this specifically. Um because I think what I need to realize for these events is that I don't know if I have the capacity to actually like put on an event. I mean, clearly you have done Borderlandsathon a number of times and we'll be able to do that next year. But I just feel like in terms of like having it be like a subathon type of event, um I feel like that might not be the most appropriate approach to this. Um like sure I can offer different incentives for people that do subscribe or do like donate during these events. Um but I think whatever the next event we have on this stream is, I want it to be a not sub or money related thing where it's primarily focused on just enjoying whatever moment we're celebrating or whatever cool thing is happening. Also, Treaders, thank you for the lurk. Greatly appreciate it. Hope to catch you around again soon. But yeah, I think I mentioned this at some point with Borderlandsathon specifically. I have no idea what I'm doing for Borderlandsathon 4.0. But the TLDR is it's going to be a lot shorter and not as intense. I also don't think I want to do anything like money related. Like even if there are like potentially like people who would gift subs during Borderlandsathon 4.0, I don't I don't want to have anything tied to like a donation or a sub for a Borderlandsathon 4.0 event. because I think one of my ideas, um, was a Tales playthrough, like where I actually sit down and play the one or two Borderlands games I've never played. Um, we could also just do like a fresh run of Borderlands 4, which is time consuming enough. Um, but like I think Borderlandsathon needs to like take a back seat almost. Where it's like not as intense, not as prolonged, and where it doesn't, demand too much from either me or the community, if that makes sense. But yeah, I feel like this is not necessarily we've gone very off the rails of actually setting goals. So I think we're gonna go down here to the life section again. Oh nope, not that. We're gonna go back to the here. I man, I'm scared to like type this one out. Yep, chat. I gotta get a job, like an actual job. So I think this one's like a pretty straightforward goal. Um, how do I want to word this? Find employment. Um, sitting down. Yeah, I can type it this way. Okay. So this one, like I said, it's pretty straightforward. Um, it's really just taking some time to actually sit down and apply to places, um, and also connect with friends and other peers within my specific career field to kind of gauge the current work environment and the hiring environment, so that way I can actually get like a job that's in my career field, because my degree is kind of not really doing a lot right now. But it's like I gotta actually do something. Um, the other thing I'm gonna put down here is just like I typed horse. Um, put in more hours for current job. And then of course, yeah, so for those that don't know, I do technically work part-time. My hours are as needed though, so I kind of have to try and carve out more opportunities for me to just clock in and get paid. Um, and then hoping that I can potentially supplement the income with like streaming, which I'm uh, no offense, not hopeful for. And then just kind of manage my shoe sales a little bit better. Um, there's that. Is there anything else I want to do? Yes. Yes, there is. No offense to any of my family that is never going to watch this, but I don't want to be here anymore. Um, I really need a place to myself, and like it's this is just like so much further down the line. Um, oh, and then the other thing I just remembered for the job, I I specifically need a job or some sort of form of income to actually get my own insurance. Um, because like there's a lot of people have told me, like, in my kind of my angst for finding a job, they're like, "Cheese, you have so much time to actually like get your shit together and everything. I mean, you should be getting your shit together now, but you have a lot of time to like explore like different jobs, different career paths. Um and say like you go into a job within your college degree, and you don't like it, you are still young and you have a lot of time to kind of redo your life path or whatever, or you could just take a different life path in general. You have that freedom to do so, and my argument is that no, I don't, because I am going to be without insurance very soon, which is not good. Um, so yeah, I need to find somewhere that I can work, that either gives me enough money to buy my own insurance, or to go work for a place that provides me with good enough insurance. Um, I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Like this is like genuinely a really scary line for me. Even more so than the job that I had to censor. But anyways, no, not tab. I wanted to caps lock. So I would love to move out and be in my own place again. I'm really missing that freedom that I had from just like living on my own. Um, but like realistically, I don't know where. Like I'm just gonna like type it out that way. I really need to figure out like where in like I need to figure out where in the world I want to be, because I also feel like that would help me find a job better, but I also kind of need a job to start off with, so that way I can start thinking about moving out and actually like earning money, and like stashing away money, so that way I can either go pay rent or go like buy like a cheap house or something. But yeah, this is I don't really know how I want to word this, and I hate to like not have it as a goal, like a specific goal, um, because I don't think life wise I'm in a place to even consider moving out right now. Um, so I think if I secure the job and if I start like putting money away, then I'll be able to actually like start thinking about moving out and moving somewhere else, even if it's just down the road. Um, because I genuinely do want my own place. And I want to not be like, button heads with people in the house I'm in, or just like taking up space. Um, Let me go back up to the stream. I think we can put this up here because this is an important one. Games. I can spell. I am gonna quickly pop over here, pull up my Steam, um, and also list out these different games that we have. Because we have a number of games that we are looking at getting to. And I kind of need to sort out which games we're doing. So specifically, we're gonna go in alpha order of my Steam. AI Somnium Files. That's a game series that I want to start, like, actually. I could put another Crab's Treasure. I haven't been as excited to play that game, unfortunately. But I also feel like I missed out on a great game. Battlefield, I need to add to this list. I actually need to buy that. We're gonna put Borderlands 4 because we're definitely not done with that game. I don't want to. I could do Buckshot Roulette, but I've also done it primarily offline, so I feel like it's not the same experience. We did cheese rolling already. Oh, dude, do I want to go? I'm gonna add cooking companions to the list, and then Dreadweight, because I've been meaning to play Dreadweight, quote meaning, but I don't know what it was about cooking companions, but it really didn't grab me the way that DDLC did. And I feel bad about that, because Cooking Companions is a good game, but it was also getting to be a lot more involved than I wanted it to be, in terms of, like, going for different endings and all that. So, while I would like to go back and play Cooking Companions, like a fresh playthrough, and see if we can do different things, I feel like we at least need to try and play Dreadweight. I feel like I'm missing out a lot on that specific game. Okay, big thing, big game that we have to play next year, which it might be our first game that we get into. Date Everything. I very much need to play Date Everything. It's been on my bucket list since it came out. And thanks to Matt and his Returnathon stream, I was able to get Date Everything gifted to me. So shout out to Matt. We are going to have a lot of fun with that. Also on this list, Escape the Backrooms. Also, I never talked about it. Chat, I'm sorry that we didn't stream Sunday. I mean, partially not sorry because my computer wasn't really working too well. But like, Escape the Backrooms, what is it? Like, we're supposed to be playing that with Matt, and Matt was busy on Sunday. Matt was at a rave. A whole rave festival for the entire day. So, we were not going to be doing Escape the Backrooms on Sunday, and I really do apologize for that. I'm very much looking forward to actually playing Escape the Backrooms further in 2026. I really hope you guys are as well, especially for you VoD frogs that have never seen me play Escape the Backrooms. It's going to be great. Although I feel like this specific playthrough is kind of weird because we've been just breezing through it. I feel like there are no, like, genuine scares or genuine, like, how do we solve this puzzle moments. But yeah, we are going to be continuing that. What else do we got? Frog Fractions. I do actually need to play that. That is a very important game to play. I'm gonna toss Hollow Cure on here. Like, I don't think we need to return to Hollow Cure necessarily, but I do want to play it more on stream as just like a chill game. To where like it could be like a stream to like show face and actually talk to people, but also a stream that doesn't involve a lot of effort or me going back for clips. Um, and I also do just enjoy Hollow Cure, and I feel like I should be playing that more. Hypnospace Outlaw. I bought this game. I think I bought it. Meaning I don't remember if it was free at all, but this game was recommended to me and I have not touched it at all. So we should probably play that. Sorry, I'm looking through. I have like, okay, that one I don't know about. I have this game called I Am Fish. I don't think anyone's talked about it in forever, so I don't know anything about it. We could also play Lethal Company more, but I'm not gonna lie, chat. I don't know how much excitement I have for Lethal Company anymore. I'm adding Marvel Rivals to this list begrudgingly. I think my issue with Marvel Rivals was just playing solo or just playing it in general. I tend to have like bad moments with Marvel Rivals and Overwatch as well. And it's those moments that prevent me from returning to the game. Or either game, I should say. It's just not really something I want anymore. And if I do want to play Rivals, I don't want to play it on stream. So, again, it would be really cool if we could return to Rivals on stream. I feel like that would do really well. Because there's a lot of people who can watch Rivals, meaning like they would understand what's going on, and that would watch me play Rivals. But I unfortunately do not ever want to play that game on stream. I just feel like I never have fun playing that game anymore, or I get like too stressed out to have fun. Also on this list, I know we did this already, but Me-Side. I know we have exhausted Me-Side, but there is a fan game that I want to try. I just don't know when it comes out. So I'm tossing Me-Side on there for kind of like hopes and dreams. And yeah, that's that. I do not want to return to Needy Streamer Overload. I like am saying that so genuinely, and I am so sorry for all of my NSO players and viewers and enjoyers out there. I just the replay loop for NSO is just not what I want out of a game. Like I think back to like having to do very specific stats, and I really don't want to go through it. I think I still probably have the achievement guide somewhere to actually like get it properly, but I just don't want to put in the effort for it. I do think we need to return to Peak, because there have been a couple of updates and would kind of like to go back to it. I would also like to go back to Phasmophobia, because it's a nice party game. I just feel like Phasmophobia, it's a good game, don't get me wrong, but I also feel like I've kind of seen everything that I need to see. Like, it's really just a session for me to hang out with my friends more than it is, you know, like an actual like meaningful session, if that makes sense. Um, Another big game that I have to actually play is pools. I had started watching Hollow play this, Hollow Mare, and couldn't really watch it because I didn't want any spoilers, and I still haven't played it. So I'm hoping to put that on the list for next year. What else we got? Repo, I want to play more of, just in general. So that's going back on the list. Or back on the list. What am I talking about? I don't want to do Wonderlands again. I do have Titanfall. I don't know if I want to do Titanfall. I'm gonna toss Undertale on here as well. I do own Undertale. Do I want to actually play through it? That's a great question. And this is nothing against Undertale. As you guys know, I'm a big fan of Undertale, Deltarune, Toby Fox's works in general. I just don't really like the gameplay loop of Undertale necessarily. Um, and it's like it has me like, kind of, on the fence about playing it. I don't know if I would enjoy it all the way through, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's a pretty hefty list of games um that I have. Well, Battlefield I don't have. I was just looking at that. I don't have Battlefield. Um but I'm also going to put a line here for some of the games that I want to play. Um which I should really move Battlefield down here. Um I just think my one of my next games that I'm going to pick up is Battlefield. And I don't know if that's going to be an on-stream thing. Um Another game I want to play, which is actually on sale and I should probably get it. Moros Protocol. I feel like that's like more down my alley of game type. Um they have the tags boomer shooter, FPS, roguelike shooter, and Souls-like. So very excited for that. Mouthwashing. I can't spell washing. Holy shit. That's a game I've been meaning to play. Another one that's not out yet, but I know is coming out, is Mouse, Personal Investigator for Hire, and that's PI. Ultra Kill. I'm literally just going off my wish list. Don't Stop Girly Pop. I had heard about this game a while ago and didn't add it to my wish list until recently. What else is on this wish list? No. House isn't too bad. Lucky Squad. No. There's definitely a lot of games on this list that I don't feel like are really for me. I know people have recommended me Plucky Squire. I don't know if I can get behind it all the way. I should probably bump up Siren's Call, because I know Emmy has talked a great deal about that. It's a very, very good game. One of the other games I never ended up playing was AI to You. I literally never well, I was told about this. I added it to my wish list, but I don't know if I really want it as much as I did back then. I don't know what my issue is with it, but something's just like making me feel really uneasy about it. Um to the point where like I don't know if I still want it. Um Hello Kitty Island Adventure is there. Bluey is there. Remnant from the Ashes we could do. I still have Cult of the Lamb on my list. Um never thought to return to Evil West. I know Chris played that. Crab Champions, I feel like fell off. Wait a minute, chat. Chat, the Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga is $5 on Steam right now. Chat, do I buy Lego Star Wars for Steam? Do I like actually buy this? This seems like a deal I should not pass up. It's literally like literally 90% off. Oh, and then there's also Amori. But I have not been excited about Amori. I'm not gonna lie. Bug Snacks is. I should move Bug Snacks up in my wish list. Um, no, let me put it below Remnant. What else? Oh, I'm supposed to be writing these down, aren't I? Um, yeah, I kind of got burnt out looking at my wish list. Um, Rat Shaker. I like have seen clips of this kind of vaguely, but it should be somewhere up here. Um, I don't know what this game is. Fractured Blooms. Does this have? They don't have the. No, they don't have the. What is it? The release for this yet. We are going to be playing Fractured Blooms if it ever releases. Well, it will release, but we will be very much playing it. Um, there's also Puss, which is a very interesting game that I got from Hollow, as in heard about it from them. Yeah, we'll drop it there. Okay. Um okay. Let me move Dreadweight down to this list. That's kind of it. That's really all I want to I guess we can add Rat Shaker and then Lego Star Wars. Do people like actually play Lego Star Wars on Twitch? Like, is that like a category that's not dead? Because again, I think paying $5 for Lego Star Wars would be a great idea. Because that's at least like that's several playthroughs worth of game or whatever. Um, I'll add Puss to the list. Um, And I'm not gonna add Fractured Blooms to this list, just because I don't know when the release is. Lego games are fun. I'm aware. I'm very aware of the Lego games. I've kind of wanted to return to Lego Star Wars for a while just because of like the nostalgia aspect. Um, but I also haven't really put much priority into it. Because otherwise I would have bought it. But yeah, these are the games that we have for 2026, and by for 2026 I mean are just kind of available to us. I will highlight Date Everything because that is very, we are definitely playing that. We are definitely going to escape the backrooms. Um Borderlands 4, of course. Um I will also highlight Battlefield 6 because I will inevitably buy that. Same with Moros Protocol. What else do I have on here? Maybe we do mouthwashing? AI Somnium Files. Gotta choose a color. Frog Fractions. Peak. Oh, and Pools. I gotta highlight Pools. I feel like these games that we're highlighting right now are what we absolutely need to return to. I'm highlighting. No, I'm not gonna highlight Repo. I just we need to go back to Peak and experience some of the new levels. Um, but yeah, these are the several games we definitely will be playing, hopefully in 2026. Borderlands 4 is kind of a given. Date Everything is another given. Again, this is like Date Everything is like my next game we are going to be adding to the list. Looks like your Santa hat is sucking you up. Yeah, it kind of does that. By the way, chat, where's the hat? In terms of the model, this is just like a freestanding hat. Like it is not at all like attached to Cheese Mingo in the slightest. It's just like I put it on top of me and that's it. It's very comical. Um, but anyways, Date Everything will most likely be our next game. I have to see how to. Well, I'm probably going to be sidelining Borderlands 4 as much as I possibly can. Even though it's like the one game I'm hyper fixating on right now. But Date Everything and Escape the Backrooms. Maybe we should make these different colors. Blue. I like blue. Date Everything and Escape the Backrooms are the two games we will be playing like at the start of 2026 along with Borderlands 4. Like dare I say these will be in tandem. Mainly because Borderlands 4 is just kind of like our filler game at the moment. Along with maybe like Hollow Cure if I really chose to, or Battlefield 6. But we will be playing Date Everything. I will be working on actually like setting up like a schedule for this. And then we'll be playing Escape the Backrooms I think every maybe not every Sunday, but we will be playing it into 2026 following whatever Matt's schedule is. But yeah, we'll be doing that. I do want to have pools be very like much sooner. but I also don't want to do pools right after we do escape the backrooms. I feel like that's kind of not great timing. So I would do like I know we have date everything here, which we could do in tandem with like escape the backrooms, depending on Matt's schedule. But I feel like after we finish escape the backrooms, we would have to go to something like frog fractions. We could do a peak session. We could go. I don't AI Somnium Files is just a huge time sink. Um, but we could go to like something like that and then go to pools and push it off even further. Cheese playing Borderlands, yeah, crazy thought. Um, Speaking of which, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Let me just do it here. Goal. Return to the variety streamer category by playing games other than Borderlands and creating manageable. Wow, how did I fuck that spelling up? Um, Creating manageable schedules. Yeah, we'll keep it that way. For each game and how they appear on stream. Because, like, chat, I feel like we have done a really bad job of actually being like a variety streamer. It's really bad. The fact that my like top categories are Borderlands, just all of them. It's again why I kind of want to for Borderlands-a-thon 4.0. We just don't do like the normal Borderlands-a-thon. Um, Again, I feel like Borderlands-a-thon is way too much of a time sink at this point. Um, like it is literally playing through each of the Borderlands titles like 2 times over. And if we were to add Borderlands 4 to that, not happening. Not happening within a reasonable time. Um, and then I just want to get more of my time back for this summer. Um, which I don't want to put like in my life goals of to have like a more open summer, but I do very much want a less intense Borderlands-a-thon. Again, Tales from the Borderlands playthrough would probably suffice. A fresh run of Borderlands 4 would actually be sufficient because I think around this time is either when we'll finally start up Rafa or we'll be done with Rafa and then going to say like Harlow or Amon. Um, because like I said, a fresh run of Borderlands 4 is like just about as intense as a Borderlands-a-thon, and it kind of sucks. Um, but yeah, I'm hoping for not the normal marathon stream. Um, yeah, that's that. That's our goal for games. I feel like this I can manage relatively simply just by like incorporating more games and actually going out of my way to play something other than Borderlands 4. Um I think I will swap Battlefield 6 to this blue highlight because like I mentioned, it is like one of my next games like on my radar to buy. So, and I would like for Battlefield 6 to potentially be one of those like games like COD was, where I just sit down and goof off. I gotta have people on stream with it. Like, potentially we could bring Matt on. We could bring Chris on. I know Chris has played Battlefield before. There's a number of you that I could call out that would play Battlefield 6 with me. Um, but I feel like that would be a good game to run. I was kind of thinking about buying the new COD, the Black Ops 7, because it is a return to the future COD, like the futuristic CODs. But I don't know, man. I really don't know. Um, but yeah, I don't know, Chad. Is that everything? Are those all of my goals? I know we spent 2 hours yapping about this, but we have games for stream, we have reworking assets, we have monetization related stuff, we have events. Is there anything else for stream we're missing? Like specifically? I don't know. I can't really think of anything. I thought it was gonna change more on my stream. Oh wait, hang on. It's starting to come back to me. Hang on. Um I want to put it up here. Yep. I'm calling you guys out on this one. And like that's a joke. I don't mean to like call out any followers. But to not talk about the number side of things, I would like to not necessarily like increase my follower count, but just work on building the community properly. I feel like I kind of let my community of people here kind of devolve a little bit, and not in like the everyone's horny kind of devolve. I mean, like, I feel like we've all gone silent a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that, but I feel like I have sort of like neglected actually like maintaining the community properly, um to where I thought we would just kind of sustain ourselves in a way. But I'm kind of I want to see a little bit more chatting and interaction between members. I would like to kind of revive the Discord a little bit. Um, and then I don't know how to. I've talked about it on stream, but I want to like stick to like not my close knit community here, but I want to work with this community, remembering like what's like super special about it. And kind of building this up. That's kind of what I said before. Um, but like, I'm not really looking to expand out of the community as much. Like, I think we need like a strong base, but all I don't know how to explain this, chat. Um, like, I know I haven't really been raiding out to a lot of people. And if I do raid out, it's always to someone I know. Like, I know and I've chatted before. Like, we haven't done like any like random raids, or we haven't like I have a number of people that I have not raided in a long time. Um like people who have raided me that I haven't raided back. Um People I kind of forgot existed. Um People I like used to chat with like in their streams, and now I kind of just don't anymore. Um and also a lot of people whose like schedules have like completely changed. Um so they're not always like around for me to raid into them. Um so like I don't I really don't know how to say this because like I don't want my community to grow through raids necessarily. Like I'm kind of hoping that like people will stop in like to into the stream and maybe they enjoy their time here and they share it with like their friends and they stop in and like I want the community to grow in a way but not like in like a forced way. This is so I don't know how to explain this. Um damn. I lost my train of thought. Well I mean I have my train. I just don't have the physical concept of said train. Like I know what I want, but I don't know how to express how I want. Like where's my um it's not like specific enough of an idea to make a goal. Um Also I'm realizing we kind of fucked up the smart part of this. We probably should have just kept this as like seismic your mom's ass rental time or something. Because I feel like we have kind of missed out. Like we did good with the rework assets one because we actually gave that like a timestamp and everything. Everything else is just kind of ambiguous or just not a goal in general. That should be a lot sooner, but I will clock that in. Cool. We have done not a lot of work. But yeah, I feel like we need more interactions. I kind of want to do like more social events in a way. Like I want to have like potentially like Discord nights where I just like sit down in Discord, play a game and hang out with chat like outside of a stream and, you know, be able to interact with you guys. Um I think also Discord needs a rework in general. Although I don't really like I feel like the Discord needs to be reworked. So we have the welcome channels and everything, which I feel like are not as great. Um I have my announcements for streams, the clips, the Twitter posts I don't use, the Instagram posts. And then there's just chatting. We have the pics channel, memes, cheese. We have pets, which I feel like pets is kind of not used at all. There's the hobbies channel, which is not really used at all. There's my sneaker channel, which only I use. There's the squawk, which is the music channel. I kind of prefer to keep that. We have the streamer hub, and we have the game chats, which kind of went to shit. I'm not gonna lie. Um, because we lost a majority of those gaming channels. I only kept Borderlands and the Waifu Simulator channel there. And then there's general gaming and looking for groups, as well as the setup chat. Um, there's also the art channel that's way down there, as well as suggestions. Um, I feel like the Discord definitely needs a rework in a way. I just don't know how I want to rework it. Cause like I don't even know what I want out of my Discord anymore. I kind of just I promote it as like a hub for all the information for stream at the least, but I also feel like that's all it's really worth now, unfortunately. And that's nothing against like any of the great people we have over there, but just I feel like I don't like I personally don't use the Discord as much. Oh, that's that chat. I talked about this previously. I am tired of being on the internet. I feel like it's killed a lot of my happiness. Um and that's not just from like all the drama that I see on Twitter and everything, but I feel like it genuinely drains me more than it should to like say be on Twitch. Um and that's really like where this goal starts. Um it starts specifically with Twitch. Um so while I don't want to like stream less, um better, more open stream schedule. I know I suck at schedules right now, although we do have the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday kind of like on lock almost. Um but I don't really like well, I mean, I prefer the Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, but I don't like how there's always this like mentality of oh, I have to stream or oh, I have to be present on these days and I feel bad when I take days off. Because like I could be streaming or I'm just like sitting, here at my desk playing Borderlands when I could be doing that live instead. Literally like the entire reason I started streaming was to when I'm playing games solo have someone else around in a way. Um but I need to I need to work I don't want to say work on a schedule, but I want a schedule where it's consistent, people know when to expect me and they know when to expect specific content. Just where like have the schedule be open for me personally. So another thing I want to put on here is less time making clips. And I've talked about this so many times on this stream, and thankfully like well yeah, I should say thankfully. Like thank you to all you guys that are like actually like going out of your way to make clips from the various streams that I've done. Like I said, I really do appreciate it. It gives me like at least like timestamps to know when certain things are in the the stream itself. And then if you guys grab a clip, it also like even if I have to like go back through the VoD, like I can kind of skip over that specific section if you clipped it. Um and it saves me a lot of time. Like I genuinely mean that. Um but yeah, I would like my biggest like action for this goal whenever I write it, and whenever I write, I mean like however I write it. Um one of the biggest actionable items is going to be just spending less time making clips. But also what is it? I might have to like actually type this out instead of thinking like speaking while I type. Um so I think I had talked about this before, but just to kind of get my my days logged into Twitch number down, I am going to try to just whenever I am planning on streaming. So like take today for example. So I was considering, I was very much like set on streaming today, Tuesday. So what I did before stream is I sat down a little bit before and I went through a couple of the VoDs to actually like, make clips and everything, which is a lie I'm finding out because I did not do that today. I did it I was really more offline doing it. Or for example, after after the backroom section of Matt's Returnathon, I kind of just sat down at my computer, awake, and making clips from the Lethal Company part, um, which worked pretty well, except for the fact that I was up at 4 a.m., which is not good. But at least I didn't have to log back onto Twitch the next day. Um but yeah, so I am specifically looking at like for spending less time on Twitch, actually just, you know, taking the time that I would for clips specifically and putting that on like a stream day potentially, so that way it clocks that one day as the stream day as opposed to like two, which might math out the same way as if I did it 2 different days, but less scary number. I also like, and this is like no offense to any of my streamers that I've watched like on the normal, or like on the regular, but I want to like more pick which streamers to watch and not just have like not having a stream on in the background. Because like when I watch a stream on Twitch, I'm usually more or less chatting. I try to be chatty. Just because I enjoy the social aspect of it. But lately I have in an effort to, well, let me backtrack a little bit. There are moments where um like I like I'll be playing Borderlands and I have someone else's stream on in the background. And because I'm playing Borderlands, I can't be like actually like, typing in chat, being an active viewer and everything. Um which I feel like kind of defeats the purpose of having the stream open in the first place. Um so I want to have I want to like stop opening streams just to have something on in the background. Um and like actually watching streams to watch the streams and interact with the community. Like have like a meaningful view, like actually go into the stream. Um I think the issue with this is that I potentially, and with my time on Twitch being cut, I feel like I'm potentially just omitting a lot of different like streamers from my view list. Um, so for example, and I get to pick on him because I already watch his stream a lot, but like I have specifically not been watching Matt's like Friday Night Funkin' streams. Um, because I don't really care about Friday Night Funkin'. Like I should be there to mod, but like if I have to miss out on a Matt stream, it's usually gonna be the Friday Night Funkin' streams because like what the fuck do I care about that? Um, and it's not like I miss anything if I don't catch that stream, and it's more apparent there. Like sure there are going to be some mod actions I miss, like someone getting timed out or whatever that I potentially I'm not up to date with, or there are potentially like really good songs that I might not hear or ever hear, but that's kind of how it is already. Um, just kind of existing as I am, being my own like streamer and having my own life. Um, so it's not really like anything lost if I don't show up. But it's like moments like that. Like I sadly have to kind of pick and choose the different streamers that I watch. Um, just so I don't like, overload myself with, Twitch hours or whatever. Um, I don't know how to explain it, but I need to within this I've just gotta kind of put a note. Um Try to watch new streamers and forgotten streamers. Like I said, like there are unfortunately channels that I would watch that I don't watch anymore because I've either like moved on kind of content wise or just the schedules don't line up. Or I've kind of like put too much distance between myself and the community or the stream there, so I feel awkward returning. Um, but to kind of like, you know, give my friends and fellow streamers the viewership they deserve, I really feel like I need to, even though I'm going to be cutting out some of the streams that I tune into, I feel like it's important to, in my selection of which stream to watch, pick some of the ones that I normally don't watch or have, maybe, you know, kind of pushed off to, in terms of watching. Um, I don't really know how to explain that. Because it also like this specifically, like, this new streamers and forgotten streamers is quite uh not it's not intuitive. It's against the goal that I'm trying to set here. Um which, speaking of the goal, spend less time on Twitch during 2026 by coordinating clip making days with streaming days and keeping viewing time to more meaningful. I don't know how to say this. I think that works. So we'll coordinate the clip making days with the streaming days and also be watching streams only when I can like be truly active in watching them. I think that works. A very like small goal but very continuous. I was going to say like the next one should be like Twitter or like Instagram. Like, cuz I don't really spend too much time on Twitter, but I spend a lot of my time on Instagram. Um and like this is more just for just like sanity and then just overall screen time for Instagram. But the issue is I don't think this is going to change. And specifically for Twitter, I'm not really on Twitter that much. Um and no matter how much time I spend on Twitter, it all it takes is one single post to like get under my skin and then my day's ruined. Or just like one post to kind of change the vibe and then I feel sad. So it doesn't matter like how much like time I do or do not devote to these social media platforms. Like, yes, I should be, like not mindlessly scrolling Instagram, but I will probably do that anyways. I've lost my train of thought. Um but like no matter how much time I spend on these different platforms, like something's inevitably going to like fuck up my day for lack of a better term. Um and while I would prefer it to not do that, um it's just like it's gonna happen no matter how much screen time I have. So the screen time would just be for just general health. So I guess I can put like we can talk about Instagram specifically for this like kind of moment. Um Doom scrolling, post saving, I should really. This is more like, yeah, we're in life right now. Yeah, I think it's just like doom scrolling and post saving. Um and I think what we can do for this, just like have a goal, better manage um what, like 10 minutes? Is that like a reasonable like period? Like if I want to, like, I'm going to doom scroll no matter what. But like say I limit my doom scroll to 10 minutes as opposed to like 2 hours. That's an improvement, right? I mean, it's an improvement, but like is it what I really want to be shooting for? Um Sorry, this one's a more like personal end. Like I said, I have issues with like saving posts. Like it used to be like, oh, I like this for, I want to save this for later, so that way I have it as like a bookmark, or this is something I didn't get a chance to watch, let me save it for later. Or like, oh, this is a nice like outfit, let me see if I can save that, or try and recreate it on my own time. um Something like along that lines, but I feel like it's gotten really bad. And going back through my saved posts, well, going back through the saved posts is actually like a really cool time, because I get to see all the different things that I've saved. I'm like, oh yeah, I have that. Oh, cool. Oh, I remember this shoe, and oh, I remember that trend and that funny meme, and oh, this is where that is. I've been looking for that. Like, I feel like the better, like, what I how do I need to like go through and actually like clear out some of this, and I feel like by doing so, I'll get my doom scroll in and still have an enjoyable time, and like actually be able to like remove posts that like aren't really necessary. um Something like that. but that's definitely an important one. Um, Other than that, there's not. I feel like my social media time, while it is probably higher than it should be, I feel like it's okay. Like it's it's better than what I would think it might be. I don't know. I don't know how to explain that one. Um, Trying to think what else. Let's see. So I gotta run through it all again. Streaming, we have the games, we have our followers slash community, we have the art pieces and assets, we have the monetization end, we have events. Anything else I want out of streaming? I was gonna say like we could potentially do like more collabs and or like have like other streamers on more often, or like other friends even. But I also don't really know if that's what I want out of streaming. Like I would love to do collabs, but I also want to be a little bit more established before I get into like a collab mentality. But I do also think we need to branch out a little bit more, and do more events. Like as much as I don't want to play Overwatch, for example, I feel like I really owe Hollowmare like an Overwatch session. Um, because I know like they usually play Overwatch late at night when I'm not awake, unfortunately, or when I'm like too tired to play. Which is unfortunate, but I also feel like ever since I dropped Overwatch, it's been like, I've been missing out on like gaming sessions with them because Overwatch is the only thing they really play that I can like share an experience with them. Um Otherwise I think, other games are limited by like player count or just like, planning properly. And I you know, haven't really had a lot of collabs as a result. So like if we go back up here, we could do like Marvel Rivals. Like I could stream Fridays with Panchilla and play Marvel Rivals with her and everyone else. Um and we could do it like in a reasonable way. Like that could be an option. Or we could do I don't know if it would be a more like scheduled thing, but we could do very, very late night Overwatch with Hollow, um, which would very much fuck up my sleep schedule. Um, but that could be an option. I guess we could add Overwatch here. Dare I say we could add it. Um, I don't know. Maybe we yeah, maybe we do yeah, attempt more collabs. And I say attempt because clearly everyone's schedule is different, but I think maybe like, like that. again, we could do like rivals and everything. Um, I just don't know. Like I said, like I feel like a lot of the games that would be, like co-op. Let's see. Rivals stresses me out. Overwatch stresses me out. Peak is hard to get a group together. Um, well, not really. It's just I feel like the replay loop on Peak isn't as great. Um, Faz is the same way. I don't really know who in the community plays Faz or would want to join in for that. That isn't awake at like, my hours and like, because again, like I could go bring Hollowmare in for Faz and I would just be playing Phasmophobia at 2 o'clock in the morning, which is not my preferred time. We could also do more repo. Um, don't really know how I want to go about that. Lethal Company's also in there. Um, you kind of get what I'm putting down here, I think. Um, or we could do like co-op games. Like if I could get it to, or if I figure out how Lego Star Wars, we could do like a co-op with someone on that. I don't know what other co-op games there are. I know Split Fiction is one. I know I have that on my wish list, but I haven't really been too excited about Split Fiction. I've heard it's a crazy game, but I don't know. I don't really have as much excitement for that. I know there are games like It Takes Two or A Way Out, um, like specifically co-op games where you have to like work with the other person. I don't know if that's my style though. Like I would prefer again something more like, as much as it stresses me out, Marvel Rivals, Overwatch, where I can just kind of sit down with friends and have like a good fun time without having to worry about whatever problems we're solving. Um I don't know. Maybe I'm just like ignorant or, unaware of different games we could play. But yeah, I feel like we could try more collabs, but really just with like people I feel comfortable with. Um I don't really know if I have anything more to add to that. Um oh fuck, you know what I forgot? Chat. You know what I forgot? I'm going to put this at the we'll put it after the PC. I literally forgot to write this goal down. Um mm, that's our goal. Um, sorry, I had to like lock in for that. I completely forgot because I mentioned it at the start of stream. With the whole like situation with the cooler breaking and just kind of needing an upgrade in general. Um, I forgot that one of my goals is like specifically to set aside money so that way I have a fund to pull out of for these specific upgrades. Um because we're specific, like the order is the power supply, the GPU, well, that's kind of it. I hope it stops there. Um but I'm specifically looking at upgrade, like my next upgrade should be the GPU specifically. Um but in order to upgrade the GPU, I would be upgrading the power supply most likely. So we would grab the power supply first, before my graphics card quote gives out or stops being sufficient. And then once we have the better power supply, as painful as it would be to switch that, um, actually be able to then upgrade the GPU. Um, I think after that would potentially be CPU. And I don't know if I actually need an upgrade. Like, there's of course going to be CPUs that outclass my 10th gen Intel i9. Um, but it's not really at that moment yet where I need an upgrade. Um, Trying to think of what else. Because we don't need more RAM either. We're at a pretty sufficient amount of RAM. Um, I think after that would be more storage, which would be upgrading the first SSD somehow, and I don't know if I can do that properly. Um, I don't really know if there's anything else to upgrade in the PC. Um, so I'll put prices as well. So this is potentially like 80 to I'll say like 120, give or take. GPU I think is about 400 to, depending on the card, 1500, give or take. Which is a wide range. Holy shit. And then CPU is another kind of toss up. I think it's a little bit more reasonable, like price range wise. Like I think it's really more like 300 to like maybe like 6 or 700. I don't know. I didn't really look at new CPUs. Um the only reason CPU is even on here is because I want to switch to, like, if I have to upgrade my CPU, I would be switching to an AMD. Um but I would like for it to be like a Ryzen 9, which is not going to be cheap, but is going to be very powerful. And I just don't know if that's even like an option. Because I think if I switch my chipset, I think I need a new MOBO. Which is not good. I do not know the prices of those. Um and at that point it might just be a whole PC swap. Although I could probably just use the same case that I have and literally just like rebuild the entire thing. That shouldn't be too difficult. I don't know. I need my computer people here to actually like help me gauge that. But yeah, I totally forgot. This is a specific goal. So, I think it's still here. Yeah. We could chat potentially bring the tip goal back. I really don't like having this here though. I feel like it's just like super intrusive. It gets in all my clips, and I don't like the way it looks. Um, and it's always like it's similar to like looking at my follower count as to why I don't want it on my stream. Um, but like we could potentially bring back the tip goal, specifically for the like the rework assets thing. Depending on like how much like a commission would be, which I'd have to realistically I'd have to like price it out with someone to figure out how expensive it would be in order to set like a tip goal. Um, and then the PC, like I could just do this whenever. Like we could get the tip goal to we could put the tip goal at 100, and that would be our goal for the power supply. Um, but I also don't know how successful that will be because I feel like it's not really the way it seems. Like if I go back here, I forget what. Okay, so we didn't do too bad with Borderlands-a-thon. I don't know where I got the 200 goal from, but I feel like, we could probably get there. I'm gonna set up the formatting really weird for this, but um we're gonna do another June upgrade or another June deadline. I hate to kind of word it differently because I usually say like, oh, I would like to do this by this time by doing XYZ. Um I feel like this is fine for how this is worded because the overall goal is to upgrade the rig. I we could say man, by the end of 2026, comma, upgrade the rig to ensure better personal gaming experience and better chat vi- viewing experience. I know that's kind of redundant. There's probably a better way to word that. By setting aside funds, funding for the first upgrade should be set aside fully by June 2026. Like I feel like it's a lot more doable to say set aside even like just $80 by by June. Again, it could be the same thing as the rework assets thing where we set aside $10 every month for 6 months. That would get us only $60, but it would still be like reasonable. Like if we let's say we do set aside $10 every month, um yeah, the power supply upgrade would be delayed by, to the end of 2026. But the mentality would be like, oh, we could potentially put more than $10 on a given month. So say we have like a great month of streaming in February because someone decides to gift um like 5 subs for some reason. Um that would then give us $20 for the month or $20 extra for the month of February that we can put towards the power supply. Although that $20 is probably going to be more like 10 put to something else and 10 put to something, or 10 put to one thing and 10 put to another. Again, I have to kind of think it through a little bit better. Um, I need to start like managing my money properly. Um, because I think if we go down here to moving out, I know the small house is not really within my budget, nor do I think an apartment is, because the housing market sucks still. Um, but I think I need to start putting away money for an actual apartment as well. Um, I will also kind of add on to this. That's all I'm gonna. This is really just so I don't want to be looking for a new car. I think the idea of looking at a new car would potentially set into motion that my current car is not going to do well, and I'll have to get the new car anyways. And similar to the move out concept, I'm not ready for a new car yet. I'm also not ready for a second car, which is why we should put definitely not 2026. Because like ideally, in terms of a car, what I would want to happen would be first I want to move out. I think that takes priority, and hopefully the car will last through that move. Um, and then even if the car doesn't last through the move, or like goes before I move out, it would be replacing that car first. And then should I have enough space at the new my new place, um, and also, and more importantly, enough money to do so, then it would be getting a second car, because I'm going to be at that point of my life. Um, but yeah, I really don't want to think about getting a new car, or like getting like even a new used car, um, or switching out my current one, because that just like kind of creates like bad vibes in my head. Sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy of like, yeah, I'm going to need a new car because surely something will happen, and then that something surely does happen. But this is just like a long-term goal. But the idea is, again, like setting aside money for like a new, like to move out to a new apartment, or to potentially put repairs in a car, or just get a new car if god forbid something bad happens to me. um I think that's kind of everything I want to put. um I know there's one I kind of want to throw on here just for shits and giggles. I'm just kind of putting that there with no bullet points. I think being more fit and more active is something I should be prioritizing, but I don't know how I want to go about that. Um, just because I don't know if it's really the the pathway I want to go at this moment in time. Because like I don't know, the gym kind of scares me, and knowing what to do at the gym scares me as well. Um, so while I kind of need to be in shape a little bit more, we're gonna we're gonna just put that one there. I don't know if there's anything else. Nope. I think I got one. Um, I put it before working out. Gotta go up here. This is like I'm really hoping I can incorporate this into my life going forward in 2026. Um for those that don't know, I do know how to DJ. And I have not done so in a long time. Well, the last time I DJ'd was for Matt's 2K subathon. He brought me out to Philly and we did a DJ set, which was pretty cool. It was a little short though, just because of like weather and everything. Um, but that's the first time I've DJ'd, I think since 2023 with my 500 follower subathon, because I did a DJ stream for that event. Um, just sat down for an hour and DJ'd. Never got, I think I went over the hour because my set was a little bit longer, but I haven't DJ'd since. So what I want to do is I want to, well, first, no, it shouldn't be finished. It should be finalized. And then I really should. Okay, so I have the most I do with DJing nowadays is that I just sit down in FL Studio and I make edits. I kind of sit down and put song and song together. And that's about it. That's really all I do anymore. Sometimes I get a little bit more into it and I end up just like putting together a full on like 5 or 10 minute mix of several songs within an edit, and not really the way I should be doing it, but it helps me kind of like visualize what I want out of a certain mix. But what I really need to be doing is I need to be finalizing these sets specifically in the moment, um and then sitting down to like actually start mixing stuff, whether they be sets or just ideas. Um and then from finalized sets, record and release a new set. So I can actually probably make a goal for this. There we go. So again, it's a little bit more out there. I gave myself a lot of time to do this, but I would like to get at least another set out. Specifically an hour long one. Even if it's just sitting down to re-record Emergence Mixtape 8, which I had performed live. I had also recorded and just never uploaded. Well, I uploaded it but never made it public because I didn't really like the mix on it. Um, but even if I just release that set this year, I think this goal would be potentially checked off. Um, Now, what I would like to do is I would like to potentially finish my mixtape series. Um, so I need to potentially re-record Emergence 1, the first of the Emergence mixtapes. I do have a copy of that's recorded, but it was recorded using my old program, and I would like to use the new one that I have. Um, Potentially. I don't know how I want to make it work. Um but I need to re-record and re-release Emergence 1. I need to finalize and actually record Emergence 2, which is known as the Lost set, because I had started crafting Emergence 2 and then decided to, or picked up I don't want to call it a gig, but I DJ'd a party, and I needed something that wasn't what Emergence 2 was turning out to be. So I needed something a little bit lighter, and that's where we have Emergence 3, which is the first Emergence set that is technically available on SoundCloud right now. And it's what I feel like I push out to a lot of people if they're like looking to get into EDM or are just experiencing EDM for the more casual side of things. I don't know how I want to say that. But I did Emergence 3, I did Emergence 4, Emergence 5 had released, and then I skipped 6. I don't remember why I skipped 6. But I know 6 is supposed to be a play on Emergence 3. Like 6 is supposed to be very similar to 3. Um, but I have been pushing off Emergence 6 because it has not been what I've wanted it to be. And for those that were here during the 500 follower subathon, which I think is a very small portion of you guys, that DJ set that I did was Emergence 6 technically. Um it was a very rough cut version that was not going to be an hour long, but that's Emergence 6. And then Emergence 7 is available now, which I do want to do an extended version of, even though it's an hour long. Um, and then Emergence 8 is technically done. I just, like I said, I need to redo the recording because it's fucked up. Like the mastering is really weird. I just have not sat down to actually do so. Um, and then I've kind of tinkered around with, I don't know, like, because I don't know which set I want to mark as Emergence 9. I want Emergence 10 to be like a more like a momentous set, and I don't know which set that's supposed to be. I kind of have an idea, but it's not really solidified. Um, and then I have potentially Emergence 11. I don't know if I've actually sat down to make 12 yet. I th- I don't remember if 13 has a set. Um 14 I think has like a bare bones work of it. Um or that might be 15. No, I think that's 15. And then along with that, I have another mixtape series known as For Your Listening, where I don't really care about mixing as much. And that unfortunately has not carried through. because what is it? No, not emergence. For your listening has cared a lot about how I mix certain things because I want it to sound a certain way. Um but yeah, I have that, and I have not really been paying attention to kind of the order anymore. And just in general, I feel like my series of mixtapes is not the same as it used to be. Um, like I want to put more effort into for your listening, as opposed to emergence, or certain things that I think should be emergence are actually for your listening, um, or things that should be for your listening are actually emergence, or just they don't fit into the set doesn't fit into either of those, and I don't really know what I'm doing anymore. But I have these ideas and I don't act on them. So hopefully we can return to DJing. Hopefully you guys will hear a new cheese wedge set drop at some point. Um but yeah, I think that's kind of everything. I don't know. I'm gonna try and run through it again. So we have. Sorry, I'm like closing my eyes while I do this. I think I'm tired, chat. um, what do we have? We have the stream. Okay, now I gotta look. We have the games, we have the community, we have the assets, monetization, the PC, we have the events. We're not gonna do a rebrand. I know I just thought of that. I don't think we want to really do anything beyond. Oh, hang on. I should really put this up here. I really should be making at least an edit every month or so. Yeah, that's about what I want to do. Um so as you guys know, I do post edited content on my Instagram, and that makes it to all of my other social platforms. Um I am particularly bad at like posting on a consistent schedule. Partially because like to I don't always like to like edit things, not because I'm not good at it, which I personally don't think I'm good at it, but I can edit to a degree. Um, but I don't always think that all of my clips are worthwhile to edit. Like I do have ideas and everything. I'll grab clips to edit specifically, but I also like don't think it's worth my time sometimes. Um I do know that I have a couple. I at least have one clip that I probably need to trim down a little bit more that I can post and I should have posted a while ago. Um, and I have two clips from the same stream that I want to go back and edit because they were genuinely really funny. And I don't know the full direction I want with those clips, but I also need to just sit down and make these clips happen. Which is why this is here. I do think one one short per month is a little bit of a tall order for me at this moment. Um, but I also don't know what else I would put. I feel like one every 2 months is not enough in a way. Um, and I would say like something um like we definitely don't want to go like one every 6 months or whatever. That's not acceptable. Um like I think once a month for edited shorts is a good starting point. It's definitely a challenge, but I think it would be worthwhile. Because the other thing is like usually when I finish an edit, it's good to go and I can post it the next day. So even if setting aside the time gets like whichever day this is, let's say it's like the last Friday of every month, um I sit down and I edit a clip. If I do if I do that specifically, um then if I set aside the hour, then I will more than likely just post it on the Saturday. Like it's that straightforward. So we can do that. I also think this is not really going to be a goal. Wow, I can't type. It might be capital S. I should diversify outside of Instagram and go post to YouTube Shorts. Um, I don't really like give my YouTube enough love. Um, because I feel like my VoD channel, like yes, it's supposed to be for VoDs, but I also feel like it should be for clips. And then like I would get like a main content channel of just like not Cheese Wedge or maybe Cheese Wedge. Um, and I feel like that would be like say I do like a full playthrough of Doki Doki Literature Club and I like actually edit the content for that rather than like do like a stream of it. And like that would be the secondary channel. And like that would be all I would do. Um as of right now, that secondary YouTube channel of just like main like long form content that isn't like unedited VODs, I feel like that is not within my current goal set because that just requires a whole different you know style of work and style of like content creation as opposed to me right now. I am really just like doing streaming. I prefer that, and then I'll edit a few clips just for the fun of it. I prefer that over like actually like doing like a recording session for like say like a Borderlands 4 playthrough. Not really what I want out of my content creation career. So I think this is good for now. So we have games, we have clips, we have the community, we have the assets, attempting monetization, PC goal, maybe event rework. We have for life, we have spending less time on the internet, managing the sneaker collection better, job, DJing, and then some other more long-term goals. What am I missing? Will there potentially be like better sleep management, better eating? I don't think any of that's gonna fix. Um, Sorry, I'm thinking right now about like, do I want to put a goal on here about like get a girlfriend, and then I'm just kind of thinking about like, yeah, no. Not only is that like kind of, I feel like that's kind of cringy to set like a goal for like get a significant other. Like, yeah, I can like set aside things, but I feel like that's a little too nerdy, to like go through that process. And at the same time, I'm not really looking for anyone. Like, I want to sort myself out before I put myself out there again. Um, so not really doing that. I also kind of need a job if I ever want to do that. Um, but yeah, I think this is pretty good. I mean, we did spend almost 4 hours on this. Um, but yeah, let's kind of recap everything. So first goal, at least on this list, these are really in no particular order. Return to the variety streamer category. I should really put this in quotes. Um, return to the variety streamer category by playing games other than Borderlands and creating more manageable schedules for each game and how they appear on the stream. Um, Specifically for this, I guess I will kind of shadow Matt's schedules. I feel like Matt does a pretty good job of having like, let's say, like, let's take Escape the Backrooms, Date Everything, and Borderlands 4. Um Escape the Backrooms is already locked in as like our Sunday stream, which I don't normally stream on Sundays, but whatever. Um we could do Escape the Backrooms on Sunday, like start off the week like that, unless you consider Monday the start of the week. Um Tuesday we could do Date Everything and have that be like our dedicated Date Everything stream. We could also do that on Thursday as well. We could even mix in like Friday for Marvel Rivals, like actually stream that, and then Saturday be our Borderlands 4 stream. Or like, I think I fucked it up. We have Escape the Backrooms on Sunday, Date Everything Tuesday, Borderlands 4 Thursday, and then whatever on Saturday. Or we have Thursday be like a variety. No, Saturday is more my variety night. I don't know. It's kind of weird when I am putting my schedule with someone else. Cuz again, I don't stream Sundays normally for Escape the Backrooms, and I also don't stream Fridays normally for Marvel Rivals if I chose to actually take that avenue. So it would be for all intents and purposes, let's put Escape the Backrooms on Saturday. So Date Everything Tuesday, Borderlands 4 Thursday, and like Borderlands 4 would continue being Thursday through the rest of the year. It would be like the Borderlands day. And then Escape the Backrooms Saturday stream, which would then be pushed to Sunday, but whatever. And that would be our schedule. And then as we finish up games like Escape the Backrooms, something else would take its place. So instead of Escape the Backrooms on Saturday, it would be pools. And we would go through that, or we would go Frog Fractions on Saturday. And then when we finish Date Everything, we put another game in that spot, such as Hypnospace Outlaw. And then that's specifically our Tuesday stream. And then Borderlands is always going to be on the Thursday. And no matter what else happens, we are playing Borderlands on Thursday. Like, I do really like, I kind of, I don't want to say I'm jealous of it, but like, I like how Matt does his schedule and how he like specifically can block off like each day for its own specific thing, rather than me. I just kind of go at like a single game until it's done, which is normally how I work. But I feel like I might get a little bit more traction in in the Twitch space if I section it off like that. Um, but yeah, anyways, first goal, return to the variety streamer category by playing games other than Borderlands and creating manageable schedules for each game and how they appear on stream. Pretty good. Second goal, post around one edited short per month by reviewing old clips and footage and setting aside 1 hour on a given day or multiple days, depending on how my turnout is, to work on creating the edit. And then also, hopefully, we'll start diversifying into YouTube Shorts. For followers, don't really have a specific goal for this, but I would like to work on kind of building up the community in a proper way, having it be a little bit more social, um, reviving and reworking the Discord, and also attempting to do more collabs, bring more people onto the stream or go onto more people's streams, um, to better put myself out there, but also kind of manage being like too forward about things. Like I don't want to be like super in people's face about like, hey, you want to collab? Hey, do you want to collab? Hey, can I show up on your stream and also stream at the same time? Like I feel like we just need to have more friend sessions on the stream. Um Next goal, like specific goal. Improve slash update at least one stream asset by June 2026 by setting aside money for commission work and setting aside time. I should have it setting aside time. Setting aside time to coordinate and establish the updates with artists or with the artist, I guess. Which is an entire process we talked about of just like staying on the same page with everyone. Um, and of course, getting money. For monetization, I don't really have a specific goal for this. Just because it's more just like an open discussion. Figure out how many ads should be ran on the channel, say like per hour. And with the overall goal of improving the viewer experience and retaining viewership. For subscriptions, I would like to attempt to see a subscriber count increase, like see more people do like a recurring subscription, and also make subscribing more worth it either through new or like specific perks, new emotes, or just, better rewards, and hopefully without having to force it too much on people. For bits, I would like to do better offerings, and make the like the return of actually giving bits worthwhile, whether that be through funny sound alerts that would actually work properly or, be enticing, but also maybe implementing something like crowd control, and of course balancing the pricing so that way it's accessible and fair. Such as we don't want like 10 minutes of uh-oh stinky for a penny. Like that just feels like, it would be funny, but that's just too intrusive. Same thing with donations. Like, do I even want to, like, should there be something as like a thank you for donating, or like some sort of like reward if you donate X number of dollars, and potentially, and I say potentially, do I look into like getting a throne or something so people can donate that way? Um, Also, channel points I think need a little bit of a rework, as well as an icon, because there's a huge gap between longtime viewers and more recent viewers or people who just spend their channel points like it's nothing. Um, so I would like to have a good balance between the pricing, so that way certain channel points aren't, or certain redeems aren't necessarily either out of the reach for a lot of people, but also not easily spammable by other users, and just like offer something that everyone can use or is fair to everyone. Um, and then hopefully, I'm looking at you, VoD frogs. Hopefully, we get monetized in 2026. I don't think this is necessarily going to happen. I think we need a specific subscriber count on YouTube in order to be monetized. Um, but this one is literally like not within my control. I can push my YouTube as much as possible, but I don't think pushing the YouTube is going to necessarily get me to a monetized state any sooner. The PC, the goal for this, as written out here, by the end of 2026, do at least one upgrade for the rig to ensure better personal gaming experience for myself, and as well have a better chat viewing experience for the stream. We're going to do this by setting aside funds from streaming and working and actively considering upgrades. And we're hoping that funding for the first upgrade can be fully set aside by June of this year. Again, we're really looking at upgrading the power supply first. I think this is a little bit less important for the viewing experience and more just for longevity. So if we can get that done sooner rather than later, we could maybe even see the GPU upgrade, hit us by the end of 2026. But this is also very, very far out of the way money wise. So who knows? Maybe we'll have $1,500 by the end of the year. Maybe we won't. And then subathon events. This is a little bit looser of a goal, but it's essentially just reworking how I do events. Making sure that goals and milestones are set properly. That the content is worthwhile to watch. Making sure I don't burn myself out. And then, of course, we're looking at Borderlandsathon 4.0. I don't know when in the year I want to have this, but Borderlandsathon 4.0 will be shorter than previous Borderlandsathon events, less intense, and also less important for donations. I will have to see really what we do for Borderlandsathon 4.0 as to if there are going to be any like incentives in general, even if it's like channel points. Because if I do something like a Tales playthrough, I don't know if we necessarily have the ability for like choose my option, or like choose my like voice line option for Tales in terms of like speed, as in, or like responsiveness from chat. I don't know who's going to be watching a Tales playthrough and how chatty they're going to be as to like, oh, 5 channel points to decide this for my my playthrough. Like that would be cool, but I feel like it's not as easy to incorporate. Um and then of course like um doing like a restart the game or a reset the run is not feasible for Tales. Um Although we could do that maybe for like a fresh run of Borderlands 4, but if I do a fresh run of Borderlands 4, I think I'm just going to do it all the way through, no resets. Um but yeah, we're going to be looking at how we do subathons and events. And unfortunately, I think our next event outside of Borderlandsathon 4.0, if you really want to count it, I don't think we're going to be doing like a specific event. I think we need to kind of just remember the importance and significance of events here on the channel, and by we I mean me specifically, and try to not do as much, like make like the event actually worth, or for like a worthwhile thing. Outside of streaming, one of my goals is to spend less time on the internet, specifically with Twitch. I will be attempting to spend less time on Twitch during 2026 by coordinating clip making days with streaming days and watching streams only when I can be truly active in watching them. So, attempting to not just pull open a stream to have something on in the background, especially if the stream gets muted. like just while I do things. Um, and with Instagram, this is a little bit looser of a goal, even though it's written as a goal. Um, I would like to better manage my time on these social media platforms by limiting scrolling periods, maybe to 10 minutes. I have to go back and do that. Um, and then managing save posts better, such as removing duplicate posts or posts that aren't really meaningful or worthwhile to save. Um, we'll see how that one goes. Um, for the sneaker collection, this is a little bit of a bigger one. So the first half of this goal is to reduce the sneaker collection size by 100 pairs. Um, I could put like a time frame in here, but actually I should have a time frame in here. Um, there's going to be a lot of buys. June 2026. That's too many twos. Um, through. Yeah, that works. Reduce the sneaker collection size by 100 pairs by June 26 through revisiting which shoes matter or are worn more and setting aside the unwanted pairs to sell or donate. This one I feel like I definitely have on lock, and I've been doing pretty decent for 2025 because I've sold a number of shoes this year. Um, I just need to lock in and be a little bit more like efficient about it. Because I have at least like 2 or 3 bags of shoes that I need to bring to um the um the places to like actually sell or donate. And additionally, if I can set up an eBay account, I feel like I can reach more audiences for different shoes. And then along with the shoes, I would like to limit the number of new sneakers being added to the collection by scouting releases ahead of time as best as I can or with as much information as available. Determining which newer releases matter the most and prioritizing those, as well as managing priorities for previous releases that may pop up on the aftermarket. Um, this one I can definitely expand on a little bit more. I think I need to potentially like browse less and just kind of like focus more on like specific shoes that I would want. Speaking of which, there is a price drop. Um oh wow, those no, it's not really that much of a drop. Yeah, there is Goat just sent me a notification saying, "Hey, one of the shoes you were watching is now a little cheaper," and it's not really that cheaper. But yeah, managing stuff like that. Like I don't want to like if my goal is to get new pairs, like new releases, I have to also balance that with looking at shoes that I have been looking at getting for a while. Um, next goal, find a job. Find employment, preferably. This is like a tentative time frame. I think this should be a lot sooner. By June 2026. By sitting down and sending out resumes to places that are hiring, as well as connecting with people in my career field, that can help guide me going forward. This goal is purposefully made ambiguous. Just because I don't want to like dox where I am trying to work at or what my career is. I know I've talked about my career a little bit here and there, um, but I'm keeping this as vague as possible, just so that way any places I could potentially work aren't, like put on blast. And also, if I do get a job, like I will say, yes, I have a job and this is how the schedule is changing for stream, but no, I will not be telling you where I work. Um, but yeah, that's the goal. Additionally, I would like to put in some more hours or attempt for more hours with my current job. Um, and hopefully that will be supplemented by anything we get with streaming or from like the shoe sales. Another goal that I'm not sure how well it will execute, but by the end of 2026, I would like to finalize and release a new hour-long DJ set. This will be done by reviewing and finalizing any specific edits that I have, refining and finalizing current open set lists, and then taking those set lists, setting some time aside to actually mix those and potentially mix ideas, even if it's just, having fun with it, not doing like a recording. But hopefully from that we can actually get a recording out of it. Um I would really love to return to DJing. It's definitely a huge part of my life that I miss a lot. And who knows, maybe you'll see a new cheese wedge set drop soon. Outside of really 2026, I would like to try and work out a little bit more. I don't know how good I feel about going to the gym. Um, but I would like to attempt to be a little bit more active, even if that's just going on walks with my brother. Um, I would also like to consider moving out, moving into my own place. I just have to sort out potentially where I want to be. Even if it's like 5 minutes down the road, do I want to be in a townhome? Do I want to be in an apartment? Do I want to be 5 minutes down the road? Do I want to be in one town over? Um, do I want to live away from people? Do I want to live like in the city? But regardless, I do need to set aside some dinero for potentially putting money towards this. And of course, got to put aside some money for potential car repairs, or even just a new car or a secondary car. This is not a goal I should really have for 2026, but it would be nice to set aside some dollars for the inevitable car repair that I would have to do at some point. But chat, that is going to be all for the stream. Um, I don't think we should be playing Borderlands 4 tonight. Especially considering we spent 4 hours just talking about goals. Um, but that, my friends, is going to be, like I said, all for the stream and all for 2025. Man, I am dehydrated as shit. Um, Thank you all for stopping by. Thank you to everyone who lurked around, who chatted at the beginning as well. And for anyone that's stopped by the streams during 2025 or has been watching on the VoD channel, which has only been around for 2025. This year has been quite a year. I know I had a lot of, kind of negative thoughts surrounding 2025, but I also have put a lot of those negative thoughts behind me moving forward. Um, because I feel like I'm in a much better headspace now than I was like last month. So I, from the bottom of my heart, want to say thank you to everyone that's supported the stream in any sort of way. Throughout 2025, and as well to those who've been supporting like even before. Because remember, this is technically our 5th year doing streaming, and it's surprising that we can still do this. So like I said, thank you to everyone who's been supporting. um it's been one wild ride, and I can't wait to see what the next year brings. Who knows? Maybe we'll get some of these goals checked off. Maybe we will expand on them. Maybe we'll have to change some, hopefully for the better. Um, but I do think 2026 can potentially be a lot better than 2025. Actually, what am I talking about potentially? It's bound to be better. The only way is up, right? Also, I have to turn up my brightness on my monitor. Give me a second. What did I have this at? 15 last? Okay. Let's see. Um, you know, I know I talked about potentially, actually I didn't really talk about rating new people. Um, but I think I am just gonna end it there. I don't think we're gonna do a raid. I'm not really looking to socialize anymore, for lack of a better term. Um, I kind of just want to keep to myself for the rest of the night. And also just get something to eat. Um, so in terms of the next stream, what's today? Tuesday? There will be no stream. I don't know. Do I want to stream on Thursday? I don't really think there's anything meaningful for me to do on Thursday. It would just be more Borderlands. So we'll have to see. I'll keep you guys updated on if we do a Thursday or a Saturday stream. I'm guessing that the next Escape the Backroom stream is going to be Sunday, January 4th. That will be pending Matt's schedule. I will coordinate with him. I will talk with Matt about when the next Escape the Backroom stream will be. Hopefully, it will be Sunday the 4th. If not, I will let you guys know. And then I think to start things off strong, Tuesday, January 6th, we should start date everything. But until then, Happy New Year, guys. Thank you all for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. And as always, stay fresh, cheese bags. I will see you all again soon. Also, bye! Bye! I forgot the thing! Bye! Bye! See you in 2026!